in front. Outside of that, Willow My Girl. Inside, Joe Mama Sassy. Latest Attraction swings into action 4 wide, and Mo Smoking is full of run, about 5 out of it, and now angling to the outside. Meanwhile, Countess of Cairo locks up with Willow My Girl in Latest Attraction. Countess of Cairo, Willow My Girl grinding away. 5 and 6 to the line together, and it's very tight. Looks like the 6 got it by an inch, but it's close. And they're racing. Criminal Record broke sharply, darts down to the inside. Stars of Bluegrass overtaken by She's Got the Power, and No Fans in the Stands, 6 lengths from the front. The Quartet angles around the first turn, chasing Criminal Record with Heist on her mind, and Criminal Record kicks away by a length and a. In second is She's Got the Power, covering up Stars of Bluegrass. That filly looks to win 2 in a row. She's 2 lengths from the lead and 2 lengths clear from number 2, No Fans in the Stands. And 4 lengths covers the 4 as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side on the Muddy Main. And Criminal Record still leads it by 1. Criminal Record from She's Got the Power. Between them, Stars of Bluegrass, actually just off the heels of Criminal Record. Now 2 lengths from the front, still 2 clear from No Fans in the Stands. She's Got the Power, taking a run at Criminal Record. 3 and 5 race out, a length and a half to the good of Stars of Bluegrass, but now Lopez takes her to the outside and she takes off. Stars of Bluegrass joins the pace throng, and they have gone 5 clear from No Fans in the Stands. Meanwhile, Criminal Record continuing to hold them at bay. She's Got the Power just sucked out of it. Stars of Bluegrass all over Criminal Record. No Fans in the Stands. The Chicago Steam 6 lengths out of it, and up goes Stars of Bluegrass. And Stars of Bluegrass is twanging away, leading it by 3. Criminal Record stopped, and No Fans in the Stands is running on with She's Got the Power, but Stars of Bluegrass and Carlo Lopez win it easily. It is 4-2 in race 2. And they're racing. Bad beginning for Poverty Flats. In fact, a terrible beginning. Poverty Flats has completely gone pear-shaped and is facing clockwise in a race that's going counterclockwise. Number 3, Poverty Flats, out of the race. Hold tickets. Stewards will post the inquiry sign shortly after the race. Turn the Switch turns on the speed and flies up and grabs the lead. Northern Woods goes wheeling into second, and that one's to the inside of Shinborough. Behind them is Unembellished, blocked and 3 lengths from the front. Irish Tough shoved on and closing in, and after that You'll Be Lucky would have to get lucky from 10 lengths out of it. They're at the top of the stretch around about the quarter pole. Turn the Switch and Harry drifting and showing the way. Inside Unembellished, outside Shinborough. Between them Northern Woods, and behind them is Irish Tough chasing the leader. Turn the Switch with Shinborough, the bookender, bearing down on that one at 3-1. But Turn the Switch fights back diligently and wins. racing. Shinny stumbled a bit shortly after the start, but recovered okay. 30 seconds out, puts 2 on the field with 1 lap to go. And Shinny attempting to win 3 in a row. The 1-5 favorite is in second, Soul Alone, and about a length and a half clear from Seeking Refuge as they corner. After that, it is Tallest of the Tall to the inside of Seeking Refuge, and they are 2.5, 3 lengths away from Bob's All In. And Buckster Hooter is 8 lengths from the lead. 30 seconds out, owns the lead. Shinny is in second and cuts the margin to 1.5 as they head up the backstretch. Then we come to Tallest of the Tall. Rider has the pink colors to the inside of the gray, Seeking Refuge. Bob's All In, 6 out of it. And Buckster Hooter in the clear, still about 8 lengths behind. 30 seconds out, and AC Ducey run away by 5. It is 30 seconds out, and Negron trying to take them wire to wire. Shinny is still within 1, right around a length behind the outside. Then it's Bob's All In, shipping All In third, and charging in. After that, Seeking Refuge. Tallest of the Tall heading the wrong way, put in last by Buckster Hooter. Here comes Shinny, and the favored Shinny, looking to win for the 17th time from 27 starts, takes the lead as they head for home. Outside, Bob's All In could be a menacing presence. 30 seconds out is doing the moonwalk. It is Shinny from Bob's All In with 1:50 to go. Shinny leads it by a length and a half, darting left and right. Here comes Bob shipping All In, but Shinny's just too game. What a wonderful, wonderful racehorse. Shinny has won 3 in a row. And they're racing. Dusty Ford popped out quickly, but so did Celtic's Wildcat, who takes the lead. Knight's Honor has patented early speed to the inside, and 1, 3, and 4 line up with 4.5 furlongs to travel and have gone 5 lengths clear from the Champ's Kid, looking to win 2 in a row and advancing to the outside of Give 'em Shade. Next to the rail is Claire Crescent, and up top, Celtic's Wildcat trying to run away. Dusty Ford continues to bug to the inside. Knight's Honor wanted nothing to do with it. Give 'em Shade is 12 out of it, about to be joined by I Came to Shame, and Stone Arch Bridge is in last, and around about the quarter pole, Dusty Ford to the inside of Celtic's Wildcat. The Wildcat 16 to 1. Dusty Ford is 4 to 1. Flash Flood comes flashing out of the crowd into third, trying to run down Celtic's Wildcat. And here's Stone Arch Bridge surging from last. Stone Arch Bridge to run by all of them at 5 to 1. Well done, Miss Barandella, from last to first with Stone Arch Bridge. They're racing. Slow beginning for Dr. K. Swift beginning for Leo Del Rio from the outside, and tracking Leo Del Rio is now a recovering Dr. K from last right up to the lead. Outside of Leo Del Rio, and the Doctors operating with an ever-widening lead. Behind that is the speedy King of the Court rolling by. Spendaholic to the inside. Between them is Fender Bender. Then we come back to Dan's a Rebel, 8 lengths from the speed. Ruxin next to that one. 1. Big League Benny second last, and Sway Road can see them all. 13 from front to back. Dr. K last out of the gate, first to the quarter pole, and it is Dr. K leading it by 2.5. In second is King of the Court, to the outside of Spendaholic. Behind them is Fender Bender. Then on the outside is Leo Del Rio. Inside Danza Rebel. Dr. K still leads it clearly. Dr. K from King of the Court, and a late charge from Fender Bender, but the Doctor operates in the winner's circle. Put a Q around race 6. And they're racing. Number 7, Citrus Bay, leapt to his back feet as the gates open and started in last. Semyaza 22-1 puts the Novogratz colors in front, and Semyaza corners with the lead of a neck, pressured by Quantum Leap, sharp in the early going. Then it's Me B Bubba T. Outside of that, Myopic 5 wide around the turn, 5 from the front, and about to be joined by Pure Rocket to the inside. Meanwhile, Go Yoshka saves ground 4 lengths from the stablemate and to the inside of Joker Matt. Then it's 6 back to Citrus Bay. Way back in last, Mr. Oklahoma City. Up the barn side, controlled pace. LAV and Semyaza a neck. Quantum Leap pressures between them, and outside of that, Me Be Bubba T. Myopic still widest of all on the track. Go Yoshka's asked for run about 3 lengths from the front to the inside of Pure Rocket, and behind them is Joker Matt, who's blocked. 7 behind that to the 7 Citrus Bay, and about 10, 12 back to the trailer. In last is Mr. Oklahoma City, and at the top of the stretch with about a quarter of a mile to go, Semyaza fully encountered by Quantum Leap. 3 wide, Me Be Bubba T. Myopic shaken up hard, 5 from the front. Go Yoshka trying to sneak through. After that, it is Joker Matt as they come surging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and Semyaza still shows the way at 22-1. Semyaza, right next to that one is Quantum Leap. Outside of that, Me Be Bubba T. Then it's Go Yoshka. Semyaza, wire to wire. Quantum Leap trying to ruin it. Semyaza, Quantum Leap looks like a dead heat. That's super tight. And did he go? Slow beginning for Gabriel's Legend. Swift beginning for Don't Box Me In. Gets the jump on the bunch, and Don't Box Me In, and Quinones corner with a lead of 2.5 lengths. In second is Brother Harold, and Brother Harold's 1 clear from direct action. Outside of that is Tri-Spot. Meanwhile, Don't Box Me In opens up by 3 with 6 furlongs to go. The heavily favored Silver Dash is 9 lengths from the lead and to the outside of Gabriel's Legend as they head up the barn side, and they are chasing Don't Box Me In. That lead is 4 with 5 to go. In second is Brother Harold. Silver Dash making a mid-race move, and Silver Dash is the gray to the inside of Brother Harold. Now 2.5 lengths behind the Speed. After that, Tri-Spot in the clear outside of direct action. Gabriel's Legend running on from 7 out of it. Into the far turn, Q has thievery on his mind. It's Don't Box Me In, 1.5. Silver Dash looking to sneak through. Silver Dash goes to second as Brother Harold heads back to his barn. Then we come to direct action, Tri-Spot and Gabriel's Legend, and with a quarter of a mile to go, Don't Box Me In has been handled perfectly by Quinones. Silver Dash and Bridgemahan alongside within 3/4. Don't box me in. Rebumps that margin to 1.5. Don't box me in wants nothing to do with Silver Dash and runs away by 2. It is Don't Box Me In. Put a Q around race 8. Don't Box Me In is gone. Don't Box Me In wins it by right around 4. Silver Dash and Direct Action ran 3rd. They're racing. Rough beginning for I Will. Yeah. Great beginning for Spirit Mission and the bookender Alley Cat in between them. Love My Boss. Love My Boss actually about 5 out of it. The one up top is Yak. And Yak vies for the lead. And Yak looks to take the lead from Spirit Mission. Behind that is Alley Cat. Then we come to Top of My Game, 4th. 5 out of it. And to the inside of Mischievous Mo looking to win 2 in a row. Then we come back to Love My Boss. And I Will. Yeah is last and 10 lengths behind Yak and Spirit Mission in a spirited pace battle. Yak's to the outside. Alley Cat looks to win 2 in a row, tracking coyly 2 lengths from the front, and the same margin clear from Top of My Game, advancing with Lopez to the outside. Mischievous Mo is 7 lengths from the lead, and about 3 clear from Love My Boss and I Will. Yeah. Spirit Mission reclaims the lead from Yak. Outside Top of the Game. Top of the Game is 4 wide, but revving up to the outside of Alley Cat, nearly 4 astern. Then we come to Mischievous Mo, watching it, 7 out of it. Yak reclaims the lead. Top of the Game is looking to take it. I Will, yeah, still far out of it to the outside of Love My Boss. And now they cut for the money. Yak, Spirit Mission, outside Top of the Game. Then it's Alley Cat, Mischievous Mo on the inside. After that, I Will, yeah, and Love My Boss. Top of the Game looking to be on the top of his game. And Top of the Game spurts clear in the final football field. Top of the Game at 8-5. The People's Choice prevails in race 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to Canterbury Park in beautiful Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is muddy, and we are off the turf today after a rain shower this afternoon. Muddy and off. Here are the changes on the card this afternoon. The early double is free and clear of changes. No changes in races 1 and 2. First changes happen in race 3. Start with a scratch at number 1, Tim's Buddy. Race 3, scratch 1. Number 3, He Can Storm, to be ridden by Chad Lindsay now. Put Lindsay on the 3, scratch the 1 in the 3rd. Fourth race, scratch number 6, Calzone. Fourth race, now 1 mile on the main track, scratch the 6, Calzone. Fifth race is free and clear, no changes in tonight's 5th. Race 6 will be also 1 mile, moved to the main track. Race 6, now 1 mile on the main track. A bevy of changes in the 7th, where once again it's 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 2, North Cut, the 4, Hard Attack, the 6, Skippy Strike, the 7, I Owe Ya Again, and the 10, Zamarudi. Scratch 2, 4, 6, 7, 10 in the 7th, now 1 mile on the main track. Final change on, and there's no superfecta. No superfecta in that 7th race. No superfecta in race 7. Final change on the card in race 8. Put Edwin Escobedo on the 7. Caboose on the loose. 7, ridden by Edwin Escobedo. No changes in the 9th or 10th. Those are all quarter horse races. Up next today at the races, we'll take a look at the goings-on here at the park. Handicap some races for you with Jeff Madej and Angela Herman. It's next.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. This is Angela Herman. We're here to take a look at the card. But we are off the turf today. The main track is muddy. Mother Nature did not do us a favor, at least in my opinion. I thought we had a pretty solid card. It's still held together pretty well. There will be a couple of skinnier fields. You're going to have to adjust your handicapping. Kevin Gorg, our analyst, has been doing just that. He was in a frenzy, in a panic of a bit, I think, when he found out we were off the turf. But he's got things. He's got it doped out. He's going to give us the post-time pick 4 here in a little while as we approach post-time, Ange. But, turf course, we've used it a lot. A little bit of rain probably does help it in the long run. So it's welcome. I just wish it would rain on a dark day.
Well, that's fair, and we've been very fortunate to only come off the turf for the third time this year, something like that. It's bound to happen at some point during the season, and we just got a short run of weather. But it's not going to last all night, I don't think. I don't think it's going to get too boggy, so do keep that in mind. We do have some lightning in the area at the moment. We'll see how that affects the rest of the night, but we expect it to clear out and the track to dry out subsequently. But it's not supposed to get too hot. It's not supposed to be too windy, so don't expect an extreme change on the main track, but we are off the turf.
Ding-dong battle amongst the trainer and the jockey standings. They go back and forth. Walk us through.
Yeah, ding-dong it is. Now, through the jockeys, Luis Fuentes and Harry Hernandez, very different tales of getting here. Luis Fuentes has been here before. Harry Hernandez was a new face. Lindy Wade was up there in the top 2 for a while, but these 3 have been, yes, as you said, ding-dong on the front end. Luis Fuentes ridden quite a bit for Joel Burnt lately, and Joel Burnt is hitting at an amazing clip when he has the favorite. Same thing for Mac Robertson, but it's been quite the meet for the Burnt Barn. They're one ahead of Mac Robertson at the moment, winning at 65% with the favorites that they saddle. 71% of those favorites are hitting the board. Mac is hitting with 43% of his favorites. I mean, when they bring over horses that look too good to be true, they're not. They're actually winning, and they're winning at short prices, but it's really hard to get around those 2. But if you can, it's maybe nights like tonight, and maybe with fields like this where they're entering horses maybe in spots now that are a tad outside of what they were aiming for.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty amazing feats here at Canterbury, and we're also seeing them from the equine athletes, and one named Shinny really stands out. Shinny, he's a 5-year-old. He's never been beaten at Canterbury Park. 6 for 6 last year, 3 for 3 this year. We had a chance to visit with Shinny earlier this week. Let's take a look.
Never been around anything like what he's done. Don't know that I ever will be again.
This guy is Shinny. He's all heart. I mean, he's a horse that he'll track him around there. When you turn for home, he makes the lead, but he knows not to do too much. I mean, he's so smart. He just makes the lead and coasts until he feels the pressure again, and then he's gone. He's just an all-around classy horse.
Takes care of himself, only puts out enough to do what it takes to win, and we didn't think that's what we were getting when we claimed him for $3,500. I mean, he trains easy. He's not hard to train. To set him apart, I mean, you don't look at him, you don't watch him train and think he does what he does. His record doesn't match for his training. He's real relaxed, easy to train, good to be quiet in the stall. He's turned it into a pet, as you can see.
That's kind of cool to go back and get to visit with one of the local stars. I mean, Shinny isn't a graded stakes winner or anything like that, but to acquire a record like that, especially at one facility, which he obviously loves, it's cool to follow along with him and root for him. And you getting up close to him, I mean, the people that handle him every day know him very well, but walking into the barn, what impression do you get of him? If you just walked in there and somebody said, pick out Shinny, would you pick him out of that lineup?
Oh, absolutely not. You would not pick him out. He just looks like another racehorse. But he's, as Matt said in that video, he's kind of becoming a pet. Super friendly, very laid back. I can kind of get that, what he said about the horse, just doing what he needs to do to win races, because that's kind of what he does in his stall, it looks like. He's just there. He's waiting. He comes out. He's cool. He's mellow. Absolutely, he does get it. Now, you're right. He's not a graded stakes winner. But next week, we will see some graded stakes winners here, quarter horses.
Yeah. I mean, some of the very best quarter horses that have been running in this country over the last few years, not here, in the country, including Danger. Dean Fry's Danger is going to be making his way into the races here, as well as Linder 16. They'll represent each gender of these championship sort of horses. They're going to be here for those challenge races coming up on July 14th. And Danger is one that you could follow from really any corner of the country. He travels well. He runs well in a variance of distances. He's just an ultra durable war horse sort of thing. And we're honored to have him here. I mean, he's so cool to watch. And, I mean, unless he absolutely has an off day, he's always going to make a race of it. Either he blows horses away or he'll beat another horse on the wire. If you haven't watched any of his races back, go take a look and then try to find a game plan to beat him. It's never easy.
Absolutely. It's a really great night of racing. That's next Thursday. Linder Linder 16 as well. Another horse that's won a lot of races at Canterbury in June, 3 for 3, the winningest horse in June, 5 Bar Fantasy. Let's have a look.
I'm here at the Livingston Stable to visit with Canterbury's most winningest horse in June, 5 Bar Fantasy.
Well, this is 5 Bar Fantasy. She's won 3 races in the month of June, all 3 that she's ran. I bought her as a yearling at the Heritage Place sale, and I can't remember what we paid for her, but it doesn't make any difference. She's worth a lot now. She's just been a real good filly. She didn't do too good as a 2-year-old. She had a 4th and someone else back, but because she was just developing, and I knew that she was going to be pretty good as a 3-year-old. And she had 1 start at Remington Park. She ran 5th, beat 3/4 the length, and made special weights, and they're tough down there at Remington Park. And but she got pinched off, and she ran a good race. So I haven't been surprised at her success here in Minnesota, because she's really developed into a nice horse. And that's what I like, nice horses.
Absolutely. Jerry does like nice horses. So does Brianna McDaniel, and she's our MQHRA Trainer of the Week. Congratulations to Brianna. We'll see her saddle one later on in the card. Now let's take a look at Angie's Play of the Day.
It does come up in race number 2 tonight, a race unaffected by the rain or any sort of surface change. The outside runner, Blame JD, has been knocking on the door recently. He's come up with a couple of seconds on a good track and on a fast track against very tough horses, including the Alligator Hunter, who faced off against him last time. But Blame JD, with that outside running, with a very speed-laden sort of feel to his inside, should get an excellent trip. I think it's finally he and Harry Hernandez's turn. And if you can single him in any of your early sort of plays, you could find some other options to use, maybe spread out in some other legs of the post-time pick 4. Anything you desire to play early on. Blame JD looks awfully tough in race number 2.
Well, thanks, Ange. We need a single. We need something to hang it on. We'll see what Kevin Gorg says about his post-time pick 4 play. But, 10% takeout, the lowest in the country. It's been very popular.
Well, yeah, and we have it in the early part of the card. We have it in the late part of thoroughbred action. And we actually have a third pick 4 today. We have that middle one going from races 4 to 7. We also have one for quarter horse players encompassing races 7 through 10. So lots of different horizontal options in here. And the 10% takeout starts right here with the post-time pick 4. And we'll start that pick 5 in race number 3 tonight. Races 3 through 7 will be that 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Kevin will put together a ticket for that as well.
Yeah, I think the handle tonight should be strong, even though we are off the turf. And if you're just joining us, we're off the turf. The main track right now listed as money. We took a little bit of water here in the last couple of hours, enough to come off the grass. But again, we're going to see grass racing all weekend. I think this rain will help us for sure. The horses will be saddled shortly, but let's talk a little bit about that pick 5 and its popularity. We saw it absolutely get hammered over the 4th of July weekend. The money was just pouring in, and it paid well. But 10% takeout, that means more money returned to the bettors. And that really, I think, is something that's become popular, and it's made our signal extremely popular.
Of course, and I think that taking advantage of nights where there isn't a whole bunch of competition, like tonight, like a Wednesday night if we run those, and like Sunday night on the 3rd when we had an excellent pool in that pick 5, even if you don't find the sequence to be the most viable pick 5 that you've ever seen, take a look at it, because that takeout does draw in a lot of money, and maybe money that isn't quite as familiar with this local circuit as we are. Or if you play it a little bit more, you want to take advantage of the attention that pick 5 is getting that it normally wouldn't. Definitely dive in on nights like the Wednesdays, the Thursdays, and that rare Sunday night that we ran. We won't be running that again, but if that comes up in the future, that tends to push money towards us that maybe would not have gone there ordinarily.
Well, you can take a look at the monitors. You see the rain is coming down right now in Shakopee, but the valets are out getting ready to saddle these horses. We're going to have racing action here, and it's going to start in about 10 minutes. I know Kevin Gorg is out there somewhere. I don't think he's standing in the rain, though. I mean, if he knows anything, it's enough. He knows enough not to stand out in the rain. Kevin, where are you, and what are you looking at?
I'm high above Canterbury Park in Paul Allen's perch, Jeffrey, and the raindrops are coming down, but as I look out over the track, I see a lot of blue skies off to the west and to the south. So things are going to be just fine as the night progresses. Right now, a little sun shower, and as we factor all this in, especially if you're going to play that pick 5 that Jeff and Angela were just talking about, see how that track is playing. Anytime you get substantial weather, which we did this afternoon, and as I look at the track, it is muddy. I think the inside's going to be a little boggy. That's where the track drains. It drains from the outside down to the inside. Keep that in mind. Let's see how speed is holding. Let's see what part of the track jockeys are putting their horses on. And by the time that pick 5 comes along, well, I've seen a couple races, and hopefully you can make those adjustments accordingly. The other tricky part of the handicapping equation is those races that are off the turf. Now, these horses that stay in, obviously their connections feel like this is a race they either need to get into the horse for conditioning, or they feel like the main track is going to give them an advantage and they can make some money that way. So let's handicap the first race. You can see by the betting that it's all over the board. We don't have any big long shots. We don't have any big favorites. And in a maiden race, or I'm sorry, in a claiming race where everybody's won just one race, a maiden race in their careers for the most part, this was always going to be kind of the way the betting went. I fell into the 4, Johnny Up. The horse we're looking at right now on camera is one of the horses I believe that could upset this favorite at 5-1. It's the other Mac Robertson horse. Anytime it rains, I'm interested in speed, and this 3-horse West of Waverly has a bunch of speed. I remember the race last time out when this horse ran a really good second. It was the night of our big turf festival, the Northern Stars. This horse was the favorite. Twilight Liaison got him at like 34-1. He did all the dirty work and went fast early. The problem's going to be the 2-horse also has great speed. Can the 3 or the 2 separate here? That's why I fell into Johnny Up. I think the 4-horse gets a great trip. Second time off the layoff. Alex Conchari's had a bundle of success over the years riding for Mac Robertson, but especially this year, they've teamed up quite nicely. Bootleg and Posse, to me, might get the best trip because with all that speed, this is the horse that probably gets that pressing outside tracking trip. And I believe on this wet track, as we watch these races unfold tonight, that the outside part of the track, that pressing trip near the lead, where horses aren't necessarily getting a bunch of mud and yuck kicked up in their face, that might be the winning trip here for a lot of these races tonight. We'll see if Bootleg and Posse can take advantage of that trip. The horse that's getting a bunch of play right now that I didn't see getting a bunch of play is the inside marker. My Name is Prince. This is a horse that hasn't raced since last September. Anytime a Minnesota bred has that long a layoff, I have questions because Minnesota breds make all their money at this race meet, and we're now 2 months into it here as we get into July. Where have you been? But they are really betting this horse, and that intrigues me. It's another Mac Robertson production, but this is obnoxious. I mean, it is a lot of betting, and that catches my eye. If I go back into the past performances, I see a couple stakes tries, decent efforts in those events, no wet track experience, not a lot of early speed, but I think a horse that has a foundation. And if you look at Beyer speed figures, if you just go off of those, that career best 60 that he had running second in the Victor S. Myers back in July of 2020, okay, I see that. But I did not see 5-2 on the 1. This is, as I look at the early wagering for race 1, it's going to be a shorter trip to the gate. Keep that in mind, that is a horse that is taking some, I would say, extra play, no doubt about it. Here's the 2, Deputy Law. That's one of the speed merchants in this race. I think the 2 and the 3 might be the speed of the race. If either one can separate, then they got a great chance to take them all the way because on a muddy track like this is, horses behind them aren't going to enjoy the trip they're getting. 2 looks fantastic. Boy, Beeler's doing a nice job with his horses. I've noticed that here in the last couple of weeks. They've made a nice impression out here in the walking ring. So Deputy Law's got that speed, third time off the layoff. A bullet 58-4 breeze most recently. Here's the 3 West of Waverly. Looked like he had that race won. Got caught by that long shot a couple weeks ago. Up on his toes here in the paddock. I believe the 2 and the 3 hook up, which sets it up for the 4. I think Johnny Up's going to get a good trip for maybe a couple lengths out of it. If he can handle the kickback, I think he'll be fine. I think that Alex Conchari will have enough horse turning for home. Second time off the layoff. This is a horse that's got a little natural speed, but I think will likely come off the pace, flattered by the fact that Dr. Oscar has come back to win. Dr. Oscar is a really nice horse, so you go from allowance company into a claiming event, and I think that's a big advantage here for Johnny Up. But I like the value right now on the 5. I think Bootleg and Posse at 6-1, now down to 5, is the value up on the board right now. I think this horse gets a really good trip. And the Rengsdorf barn here should be very happy about what they're seeing on the board right now. If they're going to be betting, the horse looks good as well here in the walking ring. There you see the familiar silks of the Wasabi Ventures stables. And on the outside is Big Boy McCoy, with Sophia Barandella. She got a big win here over the weekend. Pretty white face, gorgeous looking horse who also has a touch of early speed. Minnesota breds here. They're going to travel 5.5 furlongs on that muddy track. I'll have a pick 4 ticket for you momentarily. I like the 4. I don't love the 4. I think the value on the board might be the 5, and I think the intriguing part of the wagering early is the amount of money being bet on number 1, who looks like a wild card in the first. Welcome to Racing from Canterbury. We've got 10 of them tonight, 7 thoroughbreds, 3/4 horses. There you see the grid of selections for race number 1. It's almost time for the call to the post. I'll be back in a couple of minutes with that pick 4 ticket. Rain, slicker, and all. That's the great Sir Leonard Dykert to lead him onto the track for the lid lifter here on Thursday. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, rolling pick 3, and the 10% takeout. Post time pick 4. You can see it's going to be a shorter post parade with the inclement weather. Get those bets in now. I'll be back with a pick 4 ticket momentarily. All right, fans, time to take you through that pick 4 ticket here. And we've got a $27 ticket lined up. As you can see, we're going to go with 3, 4, and 5 here in the first. I like Johnny up, but 6 to 5 doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think both the 3, if he gets loose, and the 5 with that tracking trip have a shot for success. I'll use the 4 and the 6 in race 2, Bayou Gem and Blame JD. They both look like they're live and going to get good trips on this wet track. I've got to go 3 deep in the third. 2 Rusty Cage, 5 Epic Drama, and 7 Freudian Fate all fit the ticket. And then we'll close it out with 4, 5, and 6. Actually, 6 is scratched in the fourth. Let's go with 3, 5, and 7 in that last leg. Either way, $27 ticket. And again, that post-time pick 4, as we are on the... We're updating that ticket for you, fans. And again, you can use that ticket. You can modify my ticket to make it fit your budget. but you've got to get it in quick. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Right now, good luck and welcome to the Post Time Pick 4. Welcome to racing from Canterbury Park.
The horses are arriving at the starting gate, and it is post time for Thursday racing at Canterbury Park. We've come up muddy in the early stages, and the turf races have been shifted to the main track. All the turf distances go to 1 mile.
Still on. You gotta let him know something. He's on.
They're racing, and Thursday began nicely. They all splashed out well. Westa Waverly gets the first call and takes the lead to the outside of Deputy Law and to the inside of Johnny Up. 3.5 lengths behind that, Bootleg and Posse. Then it's My Name is Prince, and My Name is Prince is about 8 lengths from the front and 2.5 clear from Big Boy McCoy. And they zing into the far turn. Deputy Law tries to win 2 in a row. Deputy Law slugs it out with Westa Waverly. Johnny Up tracks nicely, likewise for Bootleg and Posse, who's being pushed on. 4 lengths behind that, My Name is Prince, Little to Adore at this moment with a ladder to climb. And then we come to Big Boy McCoy beginning to run on 9 lengths from the lead. And as they head for the money, Westa Waverly, Deputy Law to the inside of Johnny Up, Bootleg and Posse teetered out. They're into the final 150. Westa Waverly has splashed clear. Westa Waverly from Big Boy McCoy surging very fast and quickly on the inside, but it's too late. 3-6 in race 1. Westa Waverly gets there. Number 3, Westa Waverly in 105.07. It's 3-6-2 and a 4th place photo. My Name is Prince fourth. The first is official. 41 and change for the exacta, 50-cent trifecta, $80.20, and the 10-cent superfecta paid $79.31. Smaller field, bigger payoffs in the first at Canterbury Park. The second keeps us on the muddy main track. We are off the turf today. No scratches, no rider changes. We welcome our featured groups, those here with CBRE, the PAM Retirement Party, Camp, and the Team Pemberton event. Our first winner is Westa Waverly and Luis Negron. The winning trainer, Mac Robertson, and the winning owners, Jeff Ryan and Gary Starkson. Westa Waverly is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Westover Wildcat out of Philadelphia Moon. Bred in Minnesota by Eugene and Rita Bulkey. Racing at Canterbury provided in part by Atomic Data, Apple Autos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, Lamarca Prosecco, and Fairfield Inn and Suites. Shakopee. They're racing, and Thursday began nicely. They all splashed out well. Westa Waverly gets the first call and takes the lead to the outside of Deputy Law and to the inside of Johnny Up. 3.5 lengths behind that, Bootlegging Posse. Then it's My Name is Prince, and My Name is Prince is about 8 lengths from the front and 2.5 clear from Big Boy McCoy. And they zing into the far turn. Deputy Law tries to win 2 in a row. Deputy Law slugs it out with Westa Waverly. Johnny Up tracks nicely, likewise for Bootlegging Posse, who's being pushed on. 4 lengths behind that, My Name is Prince, little to adore at this moment with a ladder to climb. And then we come to Big Boy McCoy beginning to run on 9 lengths from the lead. And as they head for the money, Westa Waverly, Deputy Law to the inside of Johnny Up. Bootlegging Posse teetered out. They're into the final 150. Westa Waverly has splashed clear. Westa Waverly from Big Boy McCoy surging very fast and quickly on the inside, but it's too late. 3-6 in race 1. Westa Waverly gets there.
Losing ground, I'm reaching for you. You. Feeling let's go. Can't change your mind. If we can't go on, survive the tide of divide. Someday love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. One night will remind you how we touched sail when I sailed away. If he ever hurt you, true love won't desert you. You know I still love you. Though we touched sail when I sailed away. Troubled times, caught between confusion and pain. Distant eyes, promises we made were in vain. If you must go, well, I wish you love. You'll never walk alone. But take care, my love, with your love. Someday love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. One night will remind you how we touched sail when I sailed away. If he ever hurt you, true love won't desert you.
In recent years, Minnesota has been at the forefront of world news, while global events have transformed our lives here. Star Tribune journalists connect the local and global, winning a Pulitzer Prize for our George Floyd coverage. And we'll keep on honoring the heroes, spotlighting local artists, celebrating the victories, telling the stories of how Minnesota and the world will move forward together. Support Star Tribune. Subscribe today.
JTR Roofing has got you covered from the roof on down with all your home exterior needs. You can always count on us to be on time and provide the highest quality work in the industry. We know this is important. This is your home. Go to jtrroofinginc.com. No gimmicks, just great work at a fair price.
Your car is worth more than you think it is, and we'll show you just how much. At Apple Autos, you'll get a real offer on the spot, and we'll buy your car even if you don't buy ours. Visit applebuyscars.com to see how much your vehicle is worth. Apple Autos. It's different here.
I still love you. I still love you, girl. I really love you, girl. And if he ever hurt you, but you love me won't desert you. Welcome to Canterbury Park, everybody. We are Shag. Happy to be here. We are happier that the rain has stopped so you can enjoy this beautiful night with us. Woo! Well, I need a ball shooting, double fisted, drinking son of a gun. We're gonna have a little fun, gonna get me some. You know I'm here. I'm here for the party. Well, I may not be a 10, but my boys say I clean up good. And if I gave him half a chance for some rowdy romance, you know he would. Yeah. I've been waiting all week just to have a good time. So bring on them cowboys and them pick-up lines. You know I'm here for the party. And I ain't leaving till they throw me out. We're gonna have a little fun, gonna get me some. You know I'm here. I'm here for the party. Come on, no purple hooters, shooters, just some Jack on the rocks. Don't mind me if I stop that trashy talk. You know I'm here for the party. And I ain't leaving till they throw me out. Gonna have a little fun, gonna get me some. I'm here. What do you say, boys? Ha, ha, you know I'm
All right, Kevin Gorg with Angela Herman up here in the press box, getting ready now for the second half of the double. And Angela, always a little tricky when you handicap a couple days out like we all did. Had some cool turf races tonight. We get hit with that thunderstorm here in the afternoon, a muddy track off the turf. And anything you gleaned from race number one? I thought, as expected, speed was okay. We also saw Sophia Barandella dart down to the rail and make up some nice ground late.
Right. I think that it's not going to be, I think, necessarily a real quick track. I think horses are going to get tired chasing. You're going to want a fit horse and a fit horse that can stay close to the front. I mean, if they're not the most talented member of the field, so be it. That's going to be the place, I think, at least for the early part of our card until something significant changes with the track. I think that's the spot you're going to want to be in, maybe just a couple paths off the rail. Even though Sophia came up the inside, I think that horse might prove to be an exception rather than the rule for the track tonight. Now, we are staying on the main track for race number 2. We'll get to that in a minute, but in looking down the line, you're going to get to the pick 5. You're going to get to the late pick 4. We're going to get to some of these sequences that do involve the races that came off the turf. Is there any one horse coming up later tonight that you think either got a significant advantage from a surface change or a significant disadvantage?
I think the best race of the night coming into the night of racing was the 7th. It was going to be a really cool full field in the grass, and I had a bet in there. I was really excited on the turf to play a Rose for Raven with Lindy Wade. Speed from the inside might have been lone speed, and now that we're off the turf, I'm going to downgrade that horse a little bit. It went from a standout win bet for me now to maybe a fringe player because we're off the turf. Speed's good. The horse is bred to handle a wet track, doesn't have a ton of experience on it, but I think that's the horse that I would downgrade a little bit. And I think, looking at the field, there might be a horse or two that moves up. What do you like?
Well, Roaming Union, I think, is the one that the surface change obviously benefits the most. This horse has been apt at going even longer distances than the mile and 70 yards, the mile and a 16th. So I think maybe getting closer to a slower pace. It was pretty quick last time. I mean, he was under an all-out shove to be close to the lead. If he is going to find a perfect spot at this level at Canterbury, this is it. He's going to be taking on some turf horses. He's going to be at least a part of the pace, if not setting it. And he didn't have, at least to me, a pedigree that screamed, oh gosh, try the turf. So I think this might have been what they were aiming for, and they got what they wanted. So I think perhaps you're right. Downgrade the 1, upgrade the 3 in the 7th. But back to the 2nd, we have a standout favorite in here. 3-5 on the outside runner, 2-5 now on Blame JD. And if you are going to try to beat this horse, who I think stands to get a great trip from just off the pace, which one of these speedsters to his inside does it? Because it looks like they all really want to go.
Yeah, I think there is a ton of speed. I look at the inside 2 horses specifically. I think Weston's Wildcat's really going to fly out of that gate. The Minnesota bred in against Open Company. But I'm going to try to beat the fav, and I'm not. I think the 6 deserves to be favored. I couldn't play the horse at 2-5. Got the horse on my post-time pick 4. I'm intrigued by the 4. I'm intrigued by Bayou Gem. You get Lindy Wade, you get Gary Shear. I don't know what went wrong last time. The fractions were incredibly quick. This horse was out near the early part of that pace, but this horse does have some versatility. I go back to a win at Churchill Downs in May of 2021 where the horse sat off the pace and pounced. That looks like the trip I would try to give this horse tonight. Get this horse off the pace, give yourself a chance, because 1, 2, and 5 are going to crackle. We know the 6 is likely going to, I think, press the pace.
Yeah.
And maybe the 4 can do the same thing.
Right, and I thought that maybe with another race, I would love this horse. But Bayou Gem last time got a little bit tired. It kind of looked a little bit like the track that we have tonight, not as wet, but a little bit deep. It hadn't dried out all the way, and it looks like he just tired out. I mean, he hasn't raced since February, and he had only had that race since December. So maybe Bayou Gem, I thought maybe he needed one more, but he makes a nice appearance in the paddock. I mean, a lot that Gary Shearer brings out looks awesome when they come over here, but I thought that Blame JD, maybe with that outside, not like kick on, but keeps coming at you, grindy sort of style, might find the pace setup that he wanted to his inside. I couldn't get around him. Weston's Wildcat, like you mentioned, is he's all systems go right now. He ran awesome last time. Would prefer to obviously see him against state breds, but I think he'll have his hands full on the front end. So unfortunately, I'm just going to choke on 2 to 5 and try to find a price a little bit further down the line.
And fans, get those tickets together. It's an earlier edition of the Pick 5 tonight. The Pick 5 starts in race number 3. So as soon as this race is over, we're going to start talking about the Pick 5. I've got a ticket built that's very affordable and has a chance to make some money. And you can see the grid of selections. We have one brave handicapper, the Oracle, trying to beat the chalk here. We're all on the favorite.
Go.
But I do think the 4 is a legitimate option if you're playing. You know, I've got both those horses on that post-time Pick 4. They head down the walking bridle path right now onto the track. We get the call to the post. Enjoy race number 2. Get those tickets ready for the Pick 5, which starts in race 3. Good luck.
The Amazing Grace of Buglers. Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the muddy main track for the second race. We have no scratches, and we are 5 minutes away. Racing is provided in part by Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suite Shakopee, and JTR Roofing. And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the second. This one is courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Muddy main track, off the turf, if you are planning to pick 5. Blame JD, heavily favored. Walks in. And they're racing. Blame JD came off okay. So did Weston's Wildcat to the inside in search of 2 in a row. Mr. Wayside puts the head in front. Between them, Bayou Gem is good to go. And Caucus Rules scoots through on the inside and splashes to the lead by a length and a half. And it appears to be ever widening. And with a half mile to go, it's 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6. Caucus Rules rolling over the field. Weston's Wildcat lays second. Bayou Gem third, 5 out of it. Then it's Blame JD shoved on and closing in. After that, Hungry Henry and Mr. Wayside just 6 lengths from the lead and on the move. Around about the quarter pole, it's the Q and Caucus Rules leading it from Blame JD, charging up to the outside of Weston's Wildcat, and behind them is Mr. Wayside. And now we have 3 in a line with a furlong to run, and Blame JD has taken the lead, and he's trying to run away from a game. Weston's Wildcat, Caucus Rules attempting to come back to the inside. Blame JD, Weston's Wildcat, Caucus Rules back on the inside. Oh, Blame JD put a desperate nose on number 1, Caucus Rules. A photo finish. Tight photo, hold them all. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 6. Blame JD. Needed a stiff drink with that 1 to 5, but you got there. 6, 1, 2, 4. Second official. The third race is 22 minutes from now. Scratch 1, Tim's Buddy. And number 3, Kenny Storm. Picked up by Chad Lindsay. Lindsay rides number 3 in race 3. We thank Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond for summer sponsorship. And the winner's enclosure, it is Blame JD and Harry Hernandez. James Matheny Jr. is the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Chris Richard. Final time, 110.17. The third race is provided by Cutwater Cocktails and the Star Tribune. Don't forget to follow Jay Litza's Canterbury Park selections each and every race day in the Star Tribune or startribune.com. And they're racing. Blame JD came off okay. So did Weston's Wildcat to the inside in search of two in a row. Mr. Wayside puts the head in front. Between them, Bayou Gem is good to go. And Caucus Rules scoots through on the inside and splashes to the lead by a length and a half. And it appears to be ever widening. And with a half mile to go, it's 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6. Caucus Rules rolling over the field. Weston's Wildcat lays second. Bayou Gem third, 5 out of it. Then it's Blame JD shoved on and closing in. After that, Hungry Henry and Mr. Wayside just 6 lengths from the lead and on the move. Around about the quarter pole, it's the Q and Caucus Rules leading it from Blame JD, charging up to the outside of Weston's Wildcat, and behind them is Mr. Wayside. And now we have 3 in a line with a furlong to run, and Blame JD has taken the lead, and he's trying to run away from a game Weston's Wildcat. Caucus Rules attempting to come back to the inside. Blame JD, Weston's Wildcat. Caucus Rules back on the inside. Oh, Blame JD put a desperate nose on number 1, Caucus Rules. Sometimes jockeys get hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, a late scratch in the third being announced for the first time. Scratch number 4, Mr. Navigator. Number 4, Mr. Navigator, out of race 3. There is no superfecta in the third race. The superfectas will be refunded. And regarding number 4, Mr. Navigator, refunds for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagers beginning in race 3. The horizontal wagers will shift to the starting favorite. And there will be a consolation double paid to number 4, Mr. Navigator, from number 6, Blame JD, the winner of race 2.
Before we get to race number 3 and our 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5, we've got a few things coming up here at Canterbury Park, including a lot of music. The Canterbury Concert Series is back for 2022. You can experience an outdoor concert event like no other, with musical acts like Government Mule, Everclear, Anderson East, Melissa Etheridge, and a lot more. You got to make sure you get your tickets before they're gone. Same thing goes for Twin Cities Summer Jam. Remember, we're going to take a little time off from our live racing, and the 22nd through the 24th is going to be a country music takeover of Canterbury Park. It's Twin Cities Summer Jam with headliners like Blake Shelton, Kane Brown, Trace Adkins, Nelly, and more. Tickets are available for Twin Cities Summer Jam at tcsummerjam.com/tickets. Before either one of those begins, though, on July 10th, we have Unicorn and Llama Day. Enjoy unicorn and llama-themed crafts, face painting, as well as other Sunday family day activities. Magical fuzzy creatures like unicorns and llamas will take to the track between live horse races. Hope to see you there. Details and tickets available on our website, canterburypark.com. Now for race number 3, they are still in the paddock. We did have a late scratch of number 4, Mr. Navigator, in addition to the early scratch of number 1, Tim's Buddy. With that scratch, we'll take out Superfecta wagering from the mix, but we still have the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5 and a lot of speed to go along with this 5-furlong event. These are $10,000 claimers. And we start on the rail with the wet track and Canterbury specialist, Rusty Cage. Rusty Cage was 8-1 at one point. Now he's down to 5-2. Not so surprising for a very speedy rail-drawn entrant now. He got out to a clear lead last time and just got caught by half a length. That was going 5.5 by his former stablemate, Seekin' Justice. At least for me, some of these 5 furlongs, 4 furlongs, and just those sorts of races, it's all kind of relative. I don't pay as much attention to the class level. This one is taking a hike from 4,000 claimers up to 10,000s, but Rusty Cage has proven himself apt enough at this distance on this track, and especially on a wet surface. I think a lot of things really weighed in his favor. And 3-1, I guess, is pretty fair, especially now that it's down to a field of 5. But if you are looking for the horse on a steep class drop, that would be the 3, Can He Storm. Can He Storm comes from 2 races at Lone Star against pricier foes, once on the turf, once on the dirt. He showed a lot of speed in both, but showed a lot of stop in both as well. So they've gelded him since that time. They're going to drop him down for this price tag. They're going to put Alonso Quinones on his back and ship him to Canterbury for the first time. A lot of changes in place for number 3, Can He Storm. But Can He Storm looks nice out there. He put in a nice half-mile work to get ready for this. There's some things to like about him. He is 7-1 at the moment, but I would expect him to maybe be even lower than that by the time all is said and done. Chad Lindsay is aboard him. My mistake, not Alonso Quinones. Chad Lindsay picks up the mount on Can He Storm. Number 5, Epic Drama, has been your favorite pretty much since the word go for betting on this one. Epic Drama, the choice of both Kevin and Paul in this spot. Paul likes the 2, Rusty Cage, but Kevin loves Epic Drama in this spot. He'll get the outside running to Rusty Cage. Not sure how that's going to play out when all is said and done. We find out, but Epic Drama has speed as well. He's done that against 10,000, 7,500 type claimers instead of the 4,000 ones. They claimed this horse back last August and put him right on the bench. He came back this year on the turf. It was a decent 6 that day, only beaten a few lengths by Outrun the Posse in a very full field. But Epic Drama's last race is kind of the one that would put him into the mix here. He was ridden hard out of the gate to get in the thick of things early on. He disputed the lead with Hurts So Good. He hung on a little bit better than that one, but he was still kind of tired by the quarter pole. I wasn't looking for as much speed against Epic Drama that drew into this spot. I would hope that he would get maybe clear, and I don't think he can get clear in this spot. So I took Epic Drama underneath. I think that he stands a good chance in this group if he can somehow shake clear, but he would need somebody to break slow in order to get clear on the front end. It is worth noting, though, Paul put out a stat that Luis Valenzuela, when aboard the favorite, which he is right now, I believe it's 5 for 6 this season. And, I mean, that says a lot. I didn't use this horse in the selections you see on the screen, but Epic Drama certainly factors in, and a lot of financial support is going his way. Enough Nonsense is only run twice up here, once on the turf, once on the dirt. Neither one of them went all that well. He was behind Bold Minister last time. Not really flattered by that one's next race, as Bold Minister missed the break last time. Ran a distant second, but really wasn't beating anybody that day. Warrior Boss, the horse that ran third in front of Enough Nonsense, did come back to win, but he stretched out to a 2-turn race to do so. Enough Nonsense is another one that likes to get comfortable on the front end by himself, which looked like a tall order against this group. Same thing kind of for the outside horse, Freudian Fate. This one can pass a horse or two, but seems more comfortable dictating terms on the front end. Tim Dixon gives him a drop in class and brings him off the turf course as well. Very popular move in this field of 5, and right now he is 5-2, taking some support towards the outside. I scratched into this horse in second. I thought that maybe he could pick up a piece or two, but not sure how he feels about a wet track, as it has not been his most apt surface up to this point in his life. That's the 5 of them. They're going to head out to the track very shortly for race number 3, 7 minutes to post to be exact. And if you do want to put together a wager, the most appealing option of them all is the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. Your other options are pick 3s, doubles, exactas, trifectas, and win place and show wagers. They're headed out to the track now. In studio shortly will be Kevin Gorg to talk about his power play and the pick 5 coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lynn Dykert. The call to the post brings them onto the muddy main track to begin the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. Scratch numbers 1, Tim's Buddy, and 4, Mr. Navigator. Number 3, Kenny Storm, picked up by Chad Lindsay. No superfecta wagering in race 3.
All right, race fans, time to go over this pick 5 with that 10% takeout. Still a great opportunity tonight. There are some fields later with some depth. We're going to start it out with the 3 horses here that make the most sense to me. Big late scratch of the 4, which should open up the front end for the 2, Rusty Caged. 5, Epic Drama, my top pick. And if they hook up, the horse that might come get them late is the 7. I think we've got the right 3 here in the first leg. We'll go 3, 5, and 7 in race number 4. And the value play might end up being the 7, Portsmouth, with Kelsey Haar charging late down that Canterbury stretch. We're going to use 3 horses in the 5th race, 2, 3, and 4. The closer is Boozin' at Bozos. The 3 Impulses is my top pick. And Frost Warrior, the 4, might be Lone Speed. Angela likes that horse a lot, and I respect that take. I think that horse might be loose on the front. We'll pair it down in the 6th race. We're going to use the 2 horses in the middle of the gate. 5 starts Singing, who's on the lead most likely, and the 6 Lady Claire for Troy Bethke, who probably sits off the pace and makes a late push. In the final leg, 7th race, we're going to use 2 horses. The 3, the speed of the race for Diodoro, and my top pick, the 8, 2x2 for Mr. Gary Shearer, who scratched his other horse, which is a pretty strong angle in my opinion. So 2-5-7 with 3-5-7 with 2-3-4 with 5-6 with 3-8. It's a $54 ticket. The pick 5, you can't win it if you don't get in it. Could pay hundreds tonight, maybe even close to 1,000 if you get the right long shots in there. Get your tickets in now. Just a little bit under 2 minutes to get those plays in. Good luck.
There at the gate, it is now post time for the third race. This begins the pick 5. Best of luck. Freudian Fate, last in. Dash time. And they're racing. Shortly after the start, number 3, Canny Storm, had to pinch back to last. Rusty Cage loves it when it's wet, and Rusty Cage pops out nicely. Epic Drama sticks to that one, and Freudian Fate is next, very wide, but 3 lengths from the lead, and that one is to the outside of Enough Nonsense, and inside of that, Canny Storm. They are separated by 4, middle of the turn as they approach the top of the stretch. Rusty Cage trying to dispose of Epic Drama. Outside of that, Freudian Fate's charging in nicely, about 3.5, 4 lengths clear from Enough Nonsense. Canny Storm secures an Aqueduct to the inside, 3 lengths from the lead, chasing Rusty Cage, 3 for 4 when it's wet. Rusty Cage with Canny Storm to the inside. Freudian Fate outside of that into the final 75. Rusty Storm, make that Can He Storm, rolls by Rusty Cage, pulls the upset at 7-1. Number 3, Can He Storm, ran first, 3-2-7-5. Couple of claims in race number 3, couple of $10,000 claims. The winner was claimed for 10 grand by Carl Broberg for End Zone Athletics, and the runner-up, Rusty Cage, claimed same price. Burnell Roan, the trainer, for Arturo Williams. 2 claims, race 3. Winner, Broberg, End Zone. Runner-up, Roan Williams. The third race is official. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome former Gophers hockey player and top Baton Rouge Kingfish penalty minutes killer, Brett Abrahamson, along with one of the top girls high school players in the state, Ava Abrahamson. Brett, Ava, Abrahamsons, welcome to Canterbury Park. $16.40 for a $2 win wager on the upset-minded Canny Storm on a stormy Shakopee Thursday. Double $9.50, first pick 3, $21 and change. To the winner's enclosure, Canny Storm and Chad Lindsay. The winning owners, Silva Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, he is Miguel Angel Silva. Race 3 exacta, $24.50 for $1. And the 50-cent trifecta paid $45.30. Fourth race off the turf. The distance, 1 mile. Scratch 6, Calzone. The fourth is provided by Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. And they're racing. Shortly after the start, number 3, Kenny Storm, had to pinch back to last. Rusty Cage loves it when it's wet, and Rusty Cage pops out nicely. Epic Drama sticks to that one, and Freudian Fate is next, very wide, but 3 lengths from the lead, and that one is to the outside of Enough Nonsense, and inside of that, Kenny Storm. They are separated by 4, middle of the turn as they approach the top of the stretch. Rusty Cage trying to dispose of Epic Drama. Outside of that, Freudian Fates charging in nicely, about 3.5, 4 lengths clear from Enough Nonsense. Kenny Storm secures an Aqueduct to the inside, 3 lengths from the lead. Chasing Rusty Cage, 3 for 4 when it's wet. Rusty Cage with Kenny Storm to the inside. Freudian Fate outside of that into the final 75. Rusty Storm, make that Can He Storm, rolls by Rusty Cage, pulls the upset at 7-1.
Well, we get an upset in the pick 5 to start the procession. A tough one to have. If you had the 3-horse there, I don't think 7-1 does it justice in terms of the percentages with those pick 5 tickets. And they're betting us tonight. The pools are pretty good size as our signal goes all across the country. Upset there. Great ride by Chad Lindsay. And now do note, as you handicap these races, that's 3 consecutive races we've seen something inside late near the rail, which is very atypical of a track that took a heavy rainstorm earlier. But horses are moving up on the inside in the late part of the race. Keep that in mind as you handicap. Try to project where your horse will be, and we'll see if some closers can sneak up the inside. In this race, we scratch the 6. We go a flat mile on the main track, and we start on the inside with Freedom Flash. These are maidens. These are horses looking for their first career win. Freedom Flash has good speed. You get Alonzo Quinones, and you get Ed Ross Hardy, who I think is in a good spot for victory later with his meat and potatoes, which is quarter horse racing. He's got a thoroughbred here. He's a great trainer either way, and I think this horse will pop out of the gate and play Catch Me If You Can, 10-1 up on the board. 2 is Seeking Splendor. Harry Hernandez looking for a second one on the card. That long shot I just referenced was trained by Miguel Angel Silva, who's having another banner year at Canterbury. They put the blinkers on, so you can see those blinkers on that 2-horse to help that horse focus on the endeavor at hand. You get a nice workout with those blinkers. That's the key to me. When you see an equipment change, is there a workout? Yes, there is. It's 47. It's a breeze. And I find that very interesting for Seeking Splendor, who looks like a live long shot here at 6-1. Angela Herman likes the 3. Hurts So Bad. Why not? You get Alex Conchari and Mac Robertson. You get a horse second time off the layoff. Lost to the stablemate Go Yoshka last time, who looks like a good horse. Hurts So Bad was the horse that was bet down early, but I think that price is going to drift back up. Making a nice impression is the 3 down here in the paddock. Number 4 is Simpson Bay. Simpson Bay will be my top pick in the race. The other Mac Robertson horse, the blinkers go on here, makes a nice impression. Big, muscular-looking horse is the 4. It's still a little humid out here, but all these horses behaving very, very well. I like the foundation that this 4 shows physically for a horse that's only run a couple of times. Runaway Harry looks like one of the horses to beat. Third time off the layoff for the 5. Luis Fuentes is our top jockey. He rides for Tony Rengsdorf. Outstanding connections. And this horse has the best dirt form. This was a race scheduled on the turf. When they took this one off the turf, I think the 5 got the biggest benefit of that surface switch. Another horse that makes a great impression, as most of the Rengsdorf horses do down here in the walking ring. Do not sleep on the outside horse. Never sleep on Kelsey Haar. She's on Portsmouth. There is speed in this race, and this is a horse, even though he's 0 for 10, that is a proven closer. He likes to lay back early and make one big run. Now, he's got a little kidney sweat. He's a little worked up down here. He's kind of on edge. But if he gets the right pace, I do think the 7 can make some serious late noise. I'll be curious to watch Kelsey and see if she goes inside and tries to ride that aqueduct or goes outside with a patented slingshot move that we've seen her have a lot of success with here at Canterbury and places like Oaklawn Park. Here we go. Maidens looking for their first career win. It's going to be a humdinger. We go 1 mile on the main track. Who gets that first win? There's the grid of selections up on the board. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. It's race 4, and it's coming up, and it's coming at you next.
It's now late pick 4 time. You see a ticket up there on the screen. It's very inexpensive, a $9 one with some adjustments made for these off-the-turf races. I start out in the 4th, and Kevin gave a pretty good rundown of this field and who I like. I mean, I think it's going to be one Mac or the other. One kind of looked a little bit more, I guess, apt to main track running, that being Hurt So Bad, my top selection. But Simpson Bay looks really good. They put blinkers on him, and I think that these two will both be involved in the pace, maybe to the outside of the 1 or the inside of the 5. But either way, I didn't think either one would be too far off the pace. I kind of... Again, give the main track nod to Hurt So Bad, but both of them excellent looking on the track right now. And 7-2 is more than fair on Simpson Bay. I'm really surprised that not a ton of money is going towards him. I know that he started out on the dirt in unimpressive fashion at Oaklawn Park, but I mean, that was a sprint. That was his first start. There's a lot you can forgive about that. And for value on the board, 7-2, very fair on the 4 at the moment. I went with 2, 3, and 4 in the 5th, but I was very interested in Frost Warrior, especially with it coming to a shorter distance, her coming off the turf and showing a little bit of speed in a pace or in a race that didn't have a whole bunch of it. Frost Warrior, I think, should be close up to the pace. She might have to sit off Arnold's Patsy. Arnold's Patsy isn't real quick. Naughty has some speed as well, but I didn't think that either one of these would be able to outlast Frost Warrior to the line. She's very interesting to me from a win bet perspective too. If you can get about, 3-1, 7-2 on her, I think that Frost Warrior has a great shot in there, and I think that some other money might go to Impulsus, Boozing at Bozos, maybe a Briar Thicket, and I think that Frost Warrior could be left at a very fair number on the board. The angle horse for today was going to be Start Singing because of Tony Rengstorff and his turf numbers historically versus this season, but Start Singing on either surface is going to prove to be very tough to run down. I don't know how much pressure she's going to get on the lead from Lady Claire or she's on Easy Street, but Start Singing has the kind of speed and has the kind of back quality, I think, to take this field from start to finish. Alonzo Quinones is very well suited to this kind of filly. She's going to be my single in the sequence. She'll probably be the favorite, but that's why you either have to single her or toss her right out the window, and Start Singing was a single for me. Now, the 7th did get changed up a lot by the scratches. There are 5 of them, so we're left with a field of 5. And Roaming Union stood to benefit, I thought, the most from the surface switch. 2x2 is interesting because he's run well on the main track in the past, but most of that has been much earlier in his career. You have to go back to 2020 to find those competitive main track races. I mean, they were good enough to probably be a part of this. It all depends on how much pressure a Rose for Raven and Roaming Union and even Stitzy put on each other, but it didn't look like the pace is going to get too hot and heavy. So I stuck with a couple of speed horses and the other proven performer over our main track. I didn't see, much more than $9 to put into this sequence because I did see a couple of shorter prices towards the end, but if you wanted to add in some shots at the beginning, I understand. I mean, you don't have as much to work with these maidens as far as past performances going long or on the main track, and the 5th could be a scramble as far as the pace goes. If you wanted to add to that $9 ticket, those are the 2 legs I would probably recommend doing so. You don't have a lot of time to do it no matter what direction you go, as we are 1 minute away from race number 4 and the late pick 4.
It is now post time for the 4th race. They're in the gate. And they're racing. From the 5 spot, Runaway Harry comes out fast. So does Freedom Flash. Seeking Splendor takes way off the pace, overtaken by Hurt So Bad. And Hurt So Bad grabs the lead around the first turn. Hurt So Bad slugs it out with Freedom Flash. They pick up the pace and open up 3. In third is Simpson Bay, about a length clear from Runaway Harry. Then after that, we have Portsmouth way back in last, Seeking Splendor. And they slosh up the Canterbury Park barn side and reclaiming the lead. Freedom Flash, Hurt So Bad, sticks to that one. 5 furlongs to go. Simpson Bay tracks 3 lengths from it. Runaway Harry's on the outside. Patriotic Colors, 4, 5 lengths from the front and to the outside of Portsmouth. And then we come back maybe 7 lengths to Seeking Splendor. And about 13 covers them as they head into the far turn. Freedom Flash, Hurt So Bad, Simpson Bay makes a move. Outside of that, Runaway Harry 4 wide around the turn, and Hurt So Bad takes the lead, running by Freedom Flash, Hurt So Bad from Simpson Bay, and Runaway Harry 3 wide. Behind them, Freedom Flash heading the wrong way. Portsmouth waiting for the light of day, looking like Portsmouth has run, and Seeking Splendor is splashing home fast from the back of the pack. Seeking Splendor looking to get all the money on the far outside. Hurt So Bad stops badly, and Seeking Splendor at 4-1 shoots right by. It is Seeking Splendor on the inside. Portsmouth finally got that light of day. 2 and 7 with all the momentum, and 2 Seeking Splendor wins it with Harry. Number 2, Seeking Splendor, ran first. 2-7 and a photo. Two, 7, 4, 5. And the 4th race is official. Post time pick 4, 186. Pick 3, 39.20. 12.70 for the exacta. Trifecta, $20.25. Superfecta, $6 and change. And the double paid $42.20. Tonight's 5th race is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider here at Canterbury Park. In the 5th race, no scratches, no rider changes. To the winner's circle, Seeking Splendor. Couple of victories for jockey Harry Hernandez and trainer Miguel Angel Silva, the leader of the Thumbs Up Gang. The winning owners, Zoel Racing. racing. From the 5 spot, Runaway Harry comes out fast. So does Freedom Flash. Seeking Splendor takes way off the pace, overtaken by Hurt So Bad. And Hurt So Bad grabs the lead around the first turn. Hurt So Bad slugs it out with Freedom Flash. They pick up the pace and open up 3. In third is Simpson Bay, about a length clear from Runaway Harry. Then after that, we have Portsmouth way back in last, Seeking Splendor. And they slosh up the Canterbury Park barn side and reclaiming the lead. Freedom Flash, Hurt So Bad, sticks to that one. 5 furlongs to go. Simpson Bay tracks 3 lengths from it. Runaway Harry's on the outside. Patriotic Colors 4, 5 lengths from the front and to the outside of Portsmouth. And then we come back maybe 7 lengths to Seeking Splendor, and about 13 covers them as they head into the far turn. Freedom Flash, Hurt So Bad, Simpson Bay makes a move. Outside of that, Runaway Harry 4 wide around the turn, and Hurt So Bad takes the lead, running by Freedom Flash, Hurt So Bad from Simpson Bay, and Runaway Harry 3 wide. Behind them, Freedom Flash heading the wrong way. Portsmouth waiting for the light of day, looking like Portsmouth has run, and Seeking Splendor is splashing home fast from the back of the pack. Seeking Splendor looking to get all the money on the far outside. Hurt So Bad stops badly, and Seeking Splendor at 4-1 shoots right by. It is Seeking Splendor on the inside. Portsmouth finally got that light of day. 2 and 7 with all the momentum, and 2 Seeking Splendor wins it with Harry. We at Canterbury Park want to wish Gene Linner a happy 98th birthday. Welcome to the races, Gene, and happy birthday. from the lead, and as they head for the money, Westo Waverly, Deputy Law to the inside of Johnny Up, Bootleg and Posse teetered out. They're into the final 150. Westo Waverly has splashed clear. Westo Waverly from Big Boy McCoy surging very fast and quickly on the inside, but it's too late. 3-6 in race 1. Westo Waverly gets there. Up to the outside of Weston's Wildcat, and behind them is Mr. Wayside. And now we have 3 in a line with a furlong to run, and Blame JD has taken the lead, and he's trying to run away from a game Weston's Wildcat. Caucus Rules attempting to come back to the inside. Blame JD, Weston's Wildcat. Caucus Rules back on the inside. Oh, Blame JD put a desperate nose on number 1 Caucus Rules. Three and a half, 4 lengths clear from Enough Nonsense. Canny Storm secures an aqueduct to the inside, 3 lengths from the lead. Chasing Rusty Cage, 3 for 4 when it's wet. Rusty Cage with Canny Storm to the inside. Freudian Fate outside of that into the final 75. Rusty Storm, make that Can He Storm, rolls by Rusty Cage, pulls the upset at 7-1. Like Portsmouth has run, and Seeking Splendor is splashing home fast from the back of the pack. Seeking Splendor looking to get all the money on the far outside. Hurts so bad, stops badly, and Seeking Splendor at 4-1 shoots right by. It is Seeking Splendor on the inside. Portsmouth finally got that light of day. 2 and 7 with all the momentum, and 2 Seeking Splendor wins it with Harry.
Another nice price in the pick 5. Boy, this thing could pay. Harry Hernandez has a couple. Miguel Angel Silva has a couple. A trainer and jockey you might want to keep an eye on, not just tonight, but into the weekend. And what a weekend of racing we've got. Twilight racing on Saturday at 5 o'clock. Pepsi Family Day on Sunday at 1 o'clock. And the beauty of coming to Canterbury like on a Saturday is you can bet our track, but you can also bet the biggest and the best races from across the country. And this weekend out in New York at Belmont Park, a couple of humdingers on the turf, the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby. Huge fields. Looks like a Breeders' Cup event, and you can bet those races. Watch and wager and be a part of history right here at the park. Here comes race 5. Here comes the $5,000 claimers at 6 furlongs. And we'll start with number 1. Good-looking horse down here in the paddock. It is Arnold's Patsy. The 7-year-old mare races second time off the layoff. Inside part of the track has been good. And this young lady has one career start on a wet track, and guess what? She ran third. So I get it. You look at the racing form, you see 2 for 31, but we've seen long shots all night. Inside part of the track is doing decently, and I look in the paddock here, and as the jocks come out, and Luis Valenzuela's here to greet the crew, they've got like 10 or 12 people here all dressed up in their Sunday best that are a part of Arnold's Patsy. So that's interesting to me. How you doing, young lady? There she is up on the board at 13-1. Number 2 is Boozin' at Bozo's. My good friend Dan Myers drove all the way from Wisconsin to bet this horse. You can't bet Canterbury in Wisconsin, so he made the drive. Hour-and-a-half drive. All he talked about all day long was Boozin' at Bozo's. You get Kyle Carter, you get Bruce Rieken, whose barn is starting to heat up, and you get a big closer like we saw last race that'll try to pick up the pieces late. The Dan Myers Finzacat Steam Special is 7-1. Number 3 is my top pick in the race. This is Impulsus. Lindy Wade for Ryan Kenny. The blinkers come off. I just think the horse fits pretty well in this spot. You look at who this horse has been running, the level of races, just looks like the horse is kind of rounding into form. 6 furlongs, I think, is a perfect distance. I don't think the wet track will be a problem. I think Impulsus can sit off the pace and pounce. I love the price I'm getting right now at 10-1. Yes, please. Number 4 is Angela Herman's tout. It's Frost Warrior, Carlo Lopez for Tony Rengsdorf. The tout here is all about speed. Turf to dirt, third off the layoff, and there just isn't any early speed. If they let this 4-horse loose, she's going to be a handful to catch. I could not put together a try or super without punching the 4. I think she's a must-use here. The fans agree at 2-1. Number 5 is Naughty Naughty. This is Constantino Roman's mount in from Chicago. Roman's got good connections down there. Horse hasn't shown a lot so far, but does have a touch of speed, and that might be the key to the race because the 4 might be lonely speed. We'll see if this horse keeps that one company. 6 is Me Say So. Chad Lindsay already has a long shot win. That was a great ride earlier. A bullet work. Decent numbers on a wet track and a good trainer in Burnell Roan. Interesting long shot. 7 is Briar Thicket, Kelsey Haar for Robert Klein. Turf to dirt, big class drop, big closer. Look for the 7 to be motoring when they turn for home. And you got the hot jockey and the hot trainer teamed up right here again. Harry Hernandez, Miguel Angel Silva. Look at these two. They're already going for a triple. Horse looks good in the paddock. Outside attack post. All kinds of good stuff right here. What a great race this is. Even though it's claimers, a lot of different ways you can go. 6 furlongs, race 5. They head down the bridle path. Soon they'll be on the track. We'll get the bugler right now. You've got one job to do. Get to the window, make some bets, and make some money. It's fun and games like no place else. It's right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
And they're heading onto the track for the 5th race. No scratches, no rider changes. Post time in 5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. We are down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle for a game of Finish the Lyric. Now, we're not going to be doing Twin City Summer Jam. We're moving on to the Canterbury Concert Series, and up for grabs tonight are a pair of tickets to St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars. Now, I have with me
Melissa Lilienthal.
Where are you from?
Waconia.
And are you a native Minnesotan?
I am.
Well, then you should have absolutely no problem with this, because the territory we're going to cover tonight is Prince. Are you a big Prince fan?
I am.
Okay, well, what we're going to do, we're going to turn around and look at the tote board. We're going to get the introduction to a song, a few lines of it. You got to finish it off. If you care to join in, any Prince fans, feel free. And we're going to turn around and start it now. If you get the lyric right, you get the tickets. You ready?
Ready.
All right, here we go.
I just want your extra time and your kiss.
Ooh, yes, yes, yes. I'd say that's an 11 out of 10. You win the tickets to see St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you have a pick for this upcoming race? That was perfect. Do you have anything that you love in race number 5?
My nephew is advising me on Frost Warrior.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I hope we're all winners at the end of things. You are a winner of a pair of concert tickets. Come on over here and, give us your information. You want a chance at that? Come play in these promotions here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle. We got a lot of them coming up tonight and the rest of the summer.
It is now post time. Post time for race number 5. House of Targaryen, last in line. 8 in the gate for the 5th. And they're racing. House of Targaryen came out fast, but not as fast as Naughty Naughty. And Naughty Naughty takes the lead to the inside of House of Targaryen. Right behind them is the class-dropping Frost Warrior, 5 lengths from the front. And Booze and Bozo's also prominent to the outside of Arnold's Patsy, 5 lengths from the lead. And about the same distance clear from Impulsas. Then it's Briar Thicket on the class drop, advancing 9 lengths from the lead. And the one in last is Me Say So. 10 from front to back, off the far turn they go. And slugging it out, House of Targaryen to the outside of Naughty Naughty. Now Frost Warrior goes on the move, and Frost Warrior takes second. Arnold's Patsy, 5 lengths from the lead. Outside of that, Impulsas. And right behind the leaders is Briar Thicket as they splash down the Canterbury Park stretch. And we have nearly 3 abreast. On the inside, Briar Thicket makes a sharp move. Briar Thicket and House of Targaryen slugging it out. After that, Impulsas. House of Targaryen at 6-5 from Briar Thicket on the inside. Briar Thicket sticks out the neck and wins. Number 7, Briar Thicket ran first. 7-8, 3-6. Here comes Briar Thicket into the winner's enclosure with Kelsey Haar. The winning owner and trainer, Robert Klein. Race 5 official, $8.90 for the exacta, 10-cent superfecta, $12.66. The pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5, $154.10. The trifecta, $13.55. Race 6, off the turf, the distance 1 mile. No scratches. The main track at Canterbury remains muddy, and race 6 is provided by Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. For the 5th, and they're racing. House of Targaryen came out fast, but not as fast as Naughty Naughty, and Naughty Naughty takes the lead to the inside of House of Targaryen. Right behind them is the class-dropping Frost Warrior, 5 lengths from the front, and Booze and Bozo's also prominent to the outside of Arnold's Patsy, 5 lengths from the lead, and about the same distance clear from Impulsas. Then it's Briar Thicket on the class drop, advancing 9 from the lead, and the one in last is Me Say So. 10 from front to back, off the far turn they go, and slugging it out, House of Targaryen to the outside of Naughty Naughty. Now Frost Warrior goes on the move, and Frost Warrior takes second. Arnold's Patsy, 5 lengths from the lead. Outside of that, Impulsas, and right behind the leaders is Briar Thicket as they splash down the Canterbury Park stretch, and we have nearly 3 abreast. On the inside, Briar Thicket makes a sharp move. Briar Thicket and House of Targaryen slugging it out. After that, Impulsas. House of Targaryen at 6-5 from Briar Thicket on the inside. Briar Thicket sticks out the neck and wins.
Back in the paddock, we get set for 2 more great thoroughbred races. And then the back end, we've got 3 quarter-horse dashes. And with this wet track, that could really change things significantly when handicapping. We've got a lot of quarter horses that are lightly raced, some making their first starts. So take a peek. We've got a pick 4 that starts in race 7 that includes that final thoroughbred race and the 3 Qs on the back end. Let's take a look at the combatants here for race 6, 1 mile on the main track. And we'll start with number 1, who's very energetic down here. Love to see that. That's Icy Will Burn Ya for Miss Caitlin Betford. Zeke Laura gets the call. He's brought some nice long shots in the saddle so far this season. And, you know, not a lot to go on. This horse has good turf numbers, bred okay to handle a wet track, and the dirt races are very nondescript, but is a closer. The inside part of the track is good, and like I said, the horse is showing nice alacrity down here in the walking ring. 2 is Shirley a Legend. Trainer-owner Larry Donlin Jr. puts Miguel Arroyo in the saddle. Last time out, first time against winners, and it didn't go well. Let's leave it at that. We'll need to improve significantly, but another horse that makes a good physical impression, and 21-1. 3 is Maiden Rock. This one trained by Bruce Reek, and his barn's starting to heat up. Probably needed that start back on June the 25th. I like that the horse comes right back within a couple of weeks. Second time off the bench, should be more fit for this endeavor. And right now, the field's longest shot at 23-1. Number 4 is Hunter's Magic. Love the bullet work back on July the 1st. So you see a horse with a couple of starts, one in the dirt, one in the turf, and then a bullet work. So you're probably going to get the horse's best shot today for Nevada Litvin. Luis Negron is in the saddle. My pick in the race is the 5. I'm going to try for a mild upset on the front end. I like Start Singing to take out the horses on the front and just go all the way around the track. I think the early speed here might be the best speed. I don't see a ton of other speed in the race, and I think Quinones can get out there and dictate terms. If he can slow things down, I think we got a real shot to steal this one. Start Singing is 5-2. The horse to beat is the 6, Lady Claire. Lindy Wade for Troy Bethke. This horse has a good foundation. Route races at the fairgrounds, at Hawthorne in Chicago, and a big win here at last time. Minnesota bred looks like a horse that's got some upside. Troy Bethke's got this one sharp off the claim. Lady Claire, 6-5, and taking all the money. Certainly figures to get a good stalking trip in here as well. 7 is She's on Easy Street. Luis Fuentes for Francisco Bravo. Enough speed, I think, to stay close here. Maybe holds the key to the race because the 5 looks like lone speed, but the 7 shouldn't be far behind. And I'll tell you one thing, the 7 looks outstanding down here. Ears up, good muscle, everything I look for right there in the paddock is all in a nice package with that 7 on the saddle cloth, and 5-1. 8, that would be nice. Carlo Lopez for Tony Rengsdorf. The blinkers come on, so an equipment change. Horse goes turf to dirt. Decent bloodlines for a wet track. Minnesota breds here going 1 mile on the main track. We're off the turf. Who do you like? A critical leg in the pick 5. The pick 5 looks like it could be a juicy one too. Down the bridle path they go. Race 6 coming up and coming at you next.
Hello to the Abramson group on the big screen in the infield. Welcome to the racetrack. It is now post time. That would be nice. Last in. 8 in the gate, race 6. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Start Singing hits all the right notes out of the gate, and at 9-5, Start Singing gets down to the advantageous inside and leads it by a length and a half. After that, we have Maiden Rock beginning to advance, taking second. Early pace kind of hot, and that one is to the inside of Lady Claire, looking to win 2 in a row. After that, She's on Easy Street, wearing Mr. Dale's colors, advancing 5 from the front, and to the inside of That Would Be Nice, 2.5, 3 lengths back to Surely a Legend. And then we come to Hunter's Magic, and the one in last is Icy Will Burn Ya, about 11 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they splash, race 6 CBY on a Thursday, and Start Singing and Alonzo Quinones have it all their own way, leading by 2.5. Start Singing heads into the far turn, handheld, and leading it from Lady Claire, still second. Maiden Rock badgers that one to the inside. Then it's She's on Easy Street. That Would Be Nice is circumnavigating, 7 lengths behind the tearaway leader, Start Singing. Then we come back to Hunter's Magic, not doing much but beginning to close in a tad now. 10 out of it with Icy Will Burn Ya, and Surely a Legend is tailed off. Start Singing. Lady Claire might launch a bid to the outside. Start Singing. Lady Claire joins, passes, and runs right by. And Lady Claire soars to a 2.5 length lead. Start Singing is in second to the inside, and after that is Maiden Rock. Lady Claire, Start Singing re-engaging very nicely. Start Singing came back on her and beat her. 5-6 in race 6. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 5, Start Singing. 5, 6, 3, 4. Race 6 is official. Superfecta, $36.10. The double from race 5, $12 and change. Pick 3 paid nearly $35. Exacta, $7.30. Trifecta, $25.40. To the winner's enclosure, after a spine-tingling victory, Start Singing and Alonzo Quinones. Start Singing is owned by Suzanne Stables. The winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Suzanne Stables bred the filly in Minnesota, and she's a 3-year-old bay daughter of Declaration of War out of Poofy Feathers. Start Singing. Race 7 off the turf, distance 1 mile. Scratch numbers 2, 4, 6, 7, and 10. No superfecta wagering in race 7. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Start Singing hits all the right notes out of the gate, and at 9-5, Start Singing gets down to the advantageous inside and leads it by a length and a half. After that, we have Maiden Rock beginning to advance, taking second. Early pace kind of hot, and that one is to the inside of Lady Claire, looking to win 2 in a row. After that, She's on Easy Street, wearing Mr. Dale's colors, advancing 5 from the front, and to the inside of That Would Be Nice, 2.5, 3 lengths back to Surely a Legend. And then we come to Hunter's Magic, and the one in last is Icy Will Burn Ya, about 11 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they splash. Race 6 CBY on a Thursday, and Start Singing and Alonzo Quinones have it all their own way, leading by 2.5. Start Singing heads into the far turn, handheld, and leading it from Lady Claire, still second. Maiden Rock badgers that one to the inside. Then it's She's on Easy Street. That Would Be Nice is circumnavigating, 7 lengths behind the tearaway leader, Start Singing. Then we come back to Hunter's Magic, not doing much but beginning to close in a tad now. 10 out of it with Icy Will Burn Ya, and Surely a Legend is tailed off. Start Singing. Lady Claire might launch a bid to the outside. Start Singing. Lady Claire joins, passes, and runs right by. And Lady Claire soars to a 2.5 length lead. Start Singing is in second to the inside, and after that is Maiden Rock. Lady Claire, Start Singing re-engaging very nicely. Start Singing came back on her and beat her. 5-6 in race 6.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you from the prestigious press box high above Canterbury Park on this steamy Thursday night. Angela Herman and I are not alive in our Pick 5 tickets. We took a good swing. Those of you that are alive are looking at a payout of over $1,000. That's the worst case scenario. So congrats on that. This is going to be one of those races where if you're alive to a couple of horses, it's got to be exciting because we've seen some crazy races tonight, including a front runner that just got hooked and repassed on the inside. And don't sleep on that inside right now.
I know. Well, and here's the thing. This one off the turf, down to 5, with horses who have shown tactical speed. Who stays on the inside, who tries to cut over to the inside, who does this, who does that. This one will become more of a rider's race, I would think, because you have a lot of horses with similar sort of capabilities as far as pace goes. And you have one who I thought was really aimed at a main track start, but some others who are more than capable on the dirt. So, I mean, a rose for Raven. Your thoughts? Make a case.
Well, I loved the horse on the turf. I was going to bet this horse on the grass. Not so much on the main track for me, and boy, he's a little rambunctious down here on this.
Yeah.
I don't care for the. So far, he's got to settle down. It's hot out here. It's steamy, and he's fighting the handler all the way. So this is one of those lower-priced horses that I'm going to take a shot against. Now, this horse can win. Don't get me wrong. This is a very nice horse on the right part of the track with speed. I'm not saying the horse can't win. I'm just saying at 2-1, I am willing to take a stand against. I know you like the next horse in line who looks great. Tell us why.
Well, I just thought that maybe this was one that was entered on the chance that it would come off. I mean, 3 of his 7 wins have come on a wet track. There was nothing about the June 15th race that I would write home about. I mean, it rained a little bit. The track was a little bit off, kind of like it was today. It got fast by the time that he came up to the bat, but he had to be pushed along through kind of testing fractions. He backed up out of that one, but they don't drop him right away. This is a barn that isn't afraid to drop horses if they need to. They leave Roaming Union in. They do put him in for tag, but I mean, big deal. This is what they claimed him for a few starts ago. They haven't lost the faith in Roaming Union, and I think if that track is tiring, this is one who will keep going and going and going and going, and that led me to Roaming Union at 5-2.
Makes some sense to me. Stitzy's a horse that I think needs a race. Now, this is a horse that has done well at Canterbury, but that's on the turf. Hasn't raced since May. I like the workout. The most recent 47 and change breezing was really good. I trust the trainer. I'm a Negron fan, but I really am bullish on the 8 here. I'm impressed that I'm getting a decent price. Last I saw 3-1, now down to 5-2. So I'm going to let Stitzy run a race. I'm going to go with 2x2 here. I like the 8 to lay off the pace and pick up the pieces. Third time off the layoff, 1 try on a wet track. That was a win. The way I see the race, Ange, I see the inside 2 horses hooking up. I see the 8 coming to get the money. But we can't forget about Giant Payday. This is a horse that both of us have cashed on in the past. Both of us have always liked a little bit. Make the case for Giant Payday to do something special here.
Oh, yeah. Jeff might storm in here any second and tell me all about how much I love Giant Payday. Giant Payday is one that I will stay away from on the main track at current juncture. Any surface but turf. He is 0 for 11. He has a couple of underneath finishes, and Giant Payday just isn't quite the same horse at age 8 as he has been in earlier ages. But, I mean, he had a good winter down at Turf Paradise. I would wait for him to get back on his preferred surface. Maybe this one will get some fitness into him. He's a big dude. Races get him more fit than workouts do, and we'll look for him a little bit further down the road.
Final leg of that pick 5, and don't forget, you can start a pick 4 right here that includes 3 wide open quarter horse races. Why wouldn't you play the pick 4? The late pick 4 starts, the pick 5 ends, and if you're alive, you're going to get paid. Here's the grid of selections. It's our final thoroughbred race as we sail on this Thursday night right out here at Canterbury Park.
Sail on.
They're at the gate. It's post time. And they're moving in line for the 7th race. We'd like to welcome everybody at the White Horse Tavern in Westchester, Pennsylvania for watching and wagering on Canterbury Park. They're moving in line. Roaming Union, Ron Jaworski, Stitzy, Paul Gunther, 2x2, Giant Payday, and Mike Quick. Last in line. And they're racing in the 2nd annual Kenny Cup Classic. And they all came off nicely in the Cup. And a Rose for Raven flashes great early speed. A Rose for Raven going very, very quickly. Leads it by 3. In 2nd is Stitzy. That one's to the outside of Roaming Union. After that, we come back to Giant Payday. And 2x2, pace slows down with 3/4 of a mile to go. And it's a Rose for Raven leading it by 1. A headstrong Stitzy is rolling up alongside a Rose for Raven, racing in about path 4 or 5, and splitting them is Roaming Union. That one's taking 2nd. Behind them, Giant Payday, and the one in last is 2x2, about 7 lengths behind number 1, who's number 1 in race 7. It's a Rose for Raven, still in full bloom. A Rose for Raven cruises along, leading it by 2. After that, Stitzy looking to re-engage. Roaming Union's threat was short-lived. 2x2's making a sharp move to the inside of Roaming Union. Roaming Union now is re-emerging. 2nd, about 5 lengths from the lead, and at least 7 clear from Giant Payday. Around about the quarter pole, a Rose for Raven still leads it. It's a Rose for Raven, 2x2, Roaming Union, and outside of that is Stitzy. And up goes 2x2 from Roaming Union, a Rose for Raven, and outside of that is Stitzy into the final football field, and the one scoring a touchdown like Jaworski to Quick. It's 2x2, winning it by 5. Number 8, 2x2, ran first. 8-1-5-3 in race 7. Seventh official. The 8th race is 22 minutes from now. Number 7, Caboose on the Loose, now ridden by Armando Alvidrez. No scratches. Racing at Canterbury, provided in part by Gallagher and AJG.com, and also Loeffler. That's our replay sponsor. And the Upper Midwest's largest privately owned business technology and service provider. Thank you, Loeffler. Big-time effort by 2x2 into the winner's enclosure. 3 victories for Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, and the winning trainer, Gary Shear. That's a Harry Hernandez hat trick. The pick 4 paid $97. The 10% takeout pick 5, $1,374. And they're racing in the second annual Kenny Cup Classic. And they all came off nicely in the Cup. And a Rose for Raven flashes great early speed. A Rose for Raven going very, very quickly. Leads it by 3. In second is Stitzy. That one's to the outside of Roaming Union. After that, we come back to Giant Payday. And 2x2. Pace slows down with 3/4 of a mile to go. And it's a Rose for Raven leading it by 1. A headstrong Stitzy is rolling up alongside a Rose for Raven, racing in about path 4 or 5, and splitting them is Roaming Union. That one's taking second. Behind them, Giant Payday, and the one in last is 2x2, about 7 lengths behind number 1, who's number 1 in race 7. It's a Rose for Raven, still in full bloom. A Rose for Raven cruises along, leading it by 2. After that, Stitzy looking to re-engage. Roaming Union's threat was short-lived. 2x2's making a sharp move to the inside of Roaming Union. Roaming Union now is re-emerging second, about 5 lengths from the lead, and at least 7 clear from Giant Payday. Around about the quarter pole, a Rose for Raven still leads it. It's a Rose for Raven, 2x2, Roaming Union, and outside of that is Stitzy. And up goes 2x2 from Roaming Union, a Rose for Raven, and outside of that is Stitzy into the final football field, and the one scoring a touchdown like Jaworski to Quick. It's 2x2, winning it by 5.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you as we just wrap up the thoroughbred portion of our racing program tonight. Let's talk about the pick 5 that paid just under $1,400. Now, it was tricky early, but the last 2 were pretty formful. That's a heck of a payday. The 10% takeout, it makes a difference, Ange.
Well, yes, it does. And even having a sequence that had a lot of scratches to it, there were still some interesting results. And it's different to see this place, or to see how this track plays when it's wet. We haven't had too much of that this year, and the track wasn't sealed. I mean, it kind of caught us all by surprise. So nice to see some unusual results from some races that looked a little predictable, I suppose, when they were on the turf, but definitely didn't turn out that way. And that 10% takeout, yes, makes it pay a little extra, a little the way it should pay rather than a little extra off the top. So hopefully you cash something in either of those 10% takeout sequences. We have a few quarter horse races left, and we see it very differently to start things off. Have a huge favorite in race number 8. Run amok, your thoughts?
Well, never been on a wet track, so for me that's the big question. Outside of that, back with state bred competition, 2 back, had a tricky slow break out of the gate, kind of broke inwardly, went back and watched it. It wasn't conducive to winning. Last time out, ran a winning race and just got beat at the wire. It's go time now. You don't win here, now it starts to get pesky because now we're 0 for 8. Now we've been favored a couple times. It feels like now or never time as far as this horse kind of putting it all together. I trust Ed Ross Hardy. It's his go-to rider, but I don't think this horse should be below even money. Not in a field this big, not on a money track, a track he's never seen. So I like the horse. I don't love the horse. Who do you like and why?
Well, I took the outside horse, who's 20-1. That's Raining Guns. Raining Guns has only started once. He started when he was 2, and that day that he debuted, everything was winning on the outside. The inside runners were doing nothing, and Raining Guns drew the rail for his debut. Not the place that you want to be. Mallory Norton takes over the training duties with Raining Guns. Stormy Smith is in the saddle, and you see a lot of good works for this one. Even though the first race wasn't great, you see a couple of bullet works, some really swift ones out of the gate, and this is only 250 yards. So I'm thinking if any of these quarter horse races can be overcome, as far as if the track is friendly one way or the other, maybe 250 doesn't give a significant advantage to inside or outside runners. I'm hoping that's the case because it's been very good to be on the inside for most of the night, and Raining Guns not in that spot, but I thought that maybe he could add in a little price spice in a card that I thought, didn't have a whole bunch of it, but I've turned out to be wrong.
It's been some good prices. Yeah. I'm going to use the 2 horse in this race. I think it's a must-use. It's the other Ed Ross Hardy horse. And the horse that's kind of getting ignored is on the screen right now. That's the 7. I think Caboose on the Loose could be in a good spot here for victory. If you go back and look at what this horse did on a wet track last year, ran a really good race after being blocked and steadied, beaten only a length and change. I think the 7 is the value right now on the board. If you're putting together any exotic wagers, I would definitely mix that 7 in. I think that horse could be a player in the trifecta and superfecta at a number.
That's fair. I mean, she got a little bit erratic last year a couple of times when she raced it too, but if she's cured all those ills, she certainly has shown some of the speed and the pop right out of the gate too, so 250 should suit her well. Good prices everywhere pretty much outside of Run Amok. If you can find a way to beat him, you will get paid. You see 2, 3, and 9 for all of us up and down the board. Your last pick 3 opportunity comes up in 9 minutes in addition to doubles, exactas, trifectas, and superfectas. They head out to the track now. We're 9 minutes away from the start of Q's.
Sir Leonard Dykert and the call to the post brings the runners onto the track for the 8th. Number 7, now ridden by Armando Alvidrez. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Run amok, favored. One of two in the race, trained by Ed Ross Hardy. Lady Capo, 2.5 to 1. Goes in. Run amok. Hot item and Caboose on the loose. Jess digs me. Shares a barn with Raining Guns. And Catch the Drama. One out. Raining Guns and Stormy on a stormy Thursday in Shakopee. 6. Rambunctious.
Let us know something.
9 in. 1 freaking out.
Talk to us, guys. You gotta let everybody know something.
It's still low. It's still low. It's still low. It's still low. He's on.
And they're racing. Lady Capo and Run Amok both broke beautifully. So did Catch the Drama from the center. And after that, it is Cowboy Alex outside. Caboose on the loose. 2 and 3 to the line together. It's Lady Capo. Photo finish. The numbers 2357. 8th. Official. 8-2 double from the 7th and 2x2, $10.60. Pick 3 from race 6, $11. Superfecta, $30, 10 cents. 2-3 exacta, $4.80. Trifecta was chalk all odds. It paid $26.60. And on top, Lady Capo and Ishmael Ricardo. Make that Ishmael Suarez Ricardo. The winning trainer, Ed Ross Hardy. This is a 4-year-old bay filly by Capo de Capi out of an eyeful. Bred in Minnesota by Amanda Ray McCabe. The 9th race is the Thursday penultimate. No scratches, no jockey changes. And they're racing. Lady Capo and Run Amok both broke beautifully. So did Catch the Drama from the center. And after that, it is Cowboy Alex outside. Caboose on the loose. 2 and 3 to the line together. It's late.
Highlight of the night for me is this group right behind me. Shag has been unbelievably good. They're playing all the hits. When I heard them in their sound check this afternoon playing Separate Ways by Journey, my heart literally skipped a beat.
You made us stop speaking.
Oh, I was so excited about that. Oh, so good. Congrats to anybody that enjoyed. Look at the people down there. It's like a mosh pit. I think Soulman, our camera guy in the paddock, because we gave him a couple of paddocks off, I think he's down there, bow tie in play. Oh, this is outstanding. All right, the quarter horses have... well, they've started their parade here through the paddock area. We just saw the inside part of the track.
Wow.
Jettison another horse home. If you're not playing the inside part of the track, I think you're doing it wrong. I originally liked the 5 here, who's a first-time starter.
Right.
Good luck beating the 1 with the way the track is playing. We just saw it again last race. We saw it throughout the thoroughbred portion of the program. The rail is good.
Good news for those of us that took the 9. That was great. Gives
Whoopsies.
a lot of hope.
Whoopsies.
That's okay. We'll try to fix it here in the 9th. All the money going to the rail horses. You can see Make It Captain. I mean, pile on top of that this horse just ran second and missed by half a length to Hot Splash Dash and beat the 3, the next favorite in the process. There's a whole lot of reasons why there's money going to the 1. But since we did end up on the 5, tell me why.
Well, we did because we have a bull at work. We have a trainer in Jason Olmstead that's winning at near 30%, and we have a jockey that rides his best horses, and he hits at nearly 40%. Edwin Escobedo on the Olmstead horse. So we don't have a lot to go on. It is a horse debuting on a wet track, which is always very pesky. But we trust the Olmstead Escobedo connections. The horse looks great. Sure. Look at that horse in the paddock right now. Bouncing out there, energy.
She looks great.
Oh, she looks fantastic. So I get the rail bias. I see it. I just watched it play out before my very eyes, burning me in the pick 4. But I'll use the 5 here on top. I'll put the 1 in the mix. And then I don't know what to do. I've got the 3 and the 4 as contenders for the trifecta. How do you separate those two, Ange?
Well, if you do try to play against Olmstead, usually it would be in their first start. It's not the strongest category for that barn that's strong in just about every other one, but they do have Apolitical Jim just to that one's inside that interested me, and I took him in second. But if I could get 7-1 on him, I would definitely lean towards the 4. Apolitical Jim got shut off last time at the break. It was all done from there. And this one, stablemate Arian 2 was also in that spot. Now, Arian 2 is going to be in the last. She appeared to work with Shine On Piloto, if that's what you want to call the 5, and they both turned in the bullet that day. Apolitical Jim was entered with that one, but went off favored. I think that the value lies with the 4 in here. I would use 4 and 5 if you're going to do a late double. I know that a lot of money is going to go to the 1, but there's plenty of ability to be found in both of those stalls and at much better prices. So even though I know the inside is the place to be, I still think that these two could make a very good showing. If not today, keep an eye on them down the road.
All right, late daily double. We're both on the 5. We both fear the 1, and we think the 4 is the next in line as far as trifectas and superfectas go. It's a muddy track. Bet accordingly, and know this, it's the last daily double of the night, so you've got to play it right now. Quarter horses dashing down the Canterbury stretch as we sail on with the music of Shag and the chicklets in our picks. What a night we're having right here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
They're at the gate. It's post time. One out. First prize Artists. Follows Fancy Folly. Here they come. And there they go. Make It Captain came out fast on the inside with Carrie L. Cartel. A jumping chick needs to do more. In the center, Shine on Peloto. And outside of that, 5-bar Dreamer. It is Shine on Peloto with the one on the inside. And Pay the One, Make It Captain. Result of the photo shows. 1, Make It Captain first. 1-5-2-4. And the 9th race is official. Exacta $12.50. Trifecta $108. 10-cent superfecta $106.69. Tenth race in 20 minutes. No scratches. And here comes Make It Captain and Stormy Smith for owner Alan Burris and trainer Mallory Norton. go. Make It Captain came out fast on the inside with Carrie L. Cartel. A jumping chick needs to do more. In the center, Shine on Piloto. And outside of that, 5-bar Dreamer. It is Shine on Piloto with the one on the inside. And Pay the One, Make It Captain.
horses now parading around in the paddock as we get set for the lucky last. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg set to take you through this 250-yard maiden dash. And Angela, once again, we believe the inside part of the track is the place to be. And it's not just about making money tonight. For the fans out there, circle this date on your calendar, and you can bet some of these horses that were outside the next time we run, whether it's thoroughbreds or quarter horses.
Well, yeah, and if they, I mean, especially with quarter horses when they had no chance really to get down to the inside, they're definitely ones to tap back. And especially the firster from the last race. You know, he worked with Arian 2, the 5-horse in here, or it appeared they worked together out of the gate on June 24th. She was actually ready to rock. She was entered on June 9th, sat down in her stall and scratched, but Arian 2 showed some ability, and I'm surprised that she's 14-1, although I guess not given the bias. So you took the inside horse, and now I can see why. Give us more of a case of why you liked her in the first place.
Well, in the first place, it's those connections that are so good. We just saw a first-timer debut in the mud for Olmsted and Escobedo and nearly win, got beat by a neck and was coming late at the wire. An absolute bet back. Now we get a horse that had trouble last time. Inside, good part of the track. I just don't see this horse losing, period. I think the one has the right connections, has the right experience, breaks from the right part of the track. I think this horse is long gone in the last. I'm all about the one here.
Yep, I can't argue with you there. I mean, for value's sake, 13-1 is good on Arian 2. Cool Susie at 7-2 is looking really good down in the paddock. I mean, it's a humid night, so if you see horses that you see come onto the track and you're a little concerned, don't be. You have to take it with a grain of salt. It is extremely humid out tonight. Horses just aren't going to look their best, but she looks excellent in the paddock. This one made a nice step forward in start number 2 last time. Only came up a neck short. She was 6-1 that day. If she could be anywhere in that neighborhood today, I think that Cool Susie stands a big shot in here, and probably would stand a bigger shot if she was closer to the inside, but I suppose the 4 path is good enough. None of that is in between your pick and my pick, and was your morning line 5-2 second choice. Do you make any case for none of that, or do you think that he's got too much ground to make up on his feminine counterpart to the inside?
No, that's the horse that I fear the most. I've got the race 1-3-7. I think the 3 looks like the better horse out of the gate. A little quicker, and if he can get the jump on the 1, even with the way the inside part of the track is playing, in a race this short, if that 3 pops out there and opens up a length early, might not look back. So I think the fans have figured it out. That is the horse to fear if you like the 1, no question about it. But these are still maidens, Ange. These are still horses that the field combined has less than 10 starts. So there are a lot of interesting options here, including the outside option, the horse we're looking at right now, Ed Ross Hardy with his go-to rider. If this horse takes to the slop, this is another set of connections that dominate this meet every single year. You look up, this horse might pay $21.
Well, right, and regardless of whether Vio's Candy Prince shows everything that he's got to offer today, I think that Vio's Candy Prince is one that you're going to want to keep an eye on, especially even when he gets to 3. I didn't get a good look at him in the paddock. There he is right now. He's a nice-looking horse and certainly would have a future to him. I just thought that maybe a start or 2 into his career would be the time when I'd take a little more interest in him.
All right, it's the lucky last. There are your selections from our panel of experts. Who do you like? Time to get your bets in. It's the final live race of the night. Don't forget the Card Club. It's air-conditioned. It's beautiful. There's all kinds of gaming action, food and beverage service all night long. We'll be back on Saturday for Twilight Racing at 5. Sunday, Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. Get lucky in the last. It's race 10 coming up and coming at you next.
And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 10th and final live race tonight at Canterbury Park. Back at it Saturday at 5. A jumpin' chick. None of that. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Good Clean Candy. Went back to last. GFR Mystical Illusion pops nicely, and so does None of That, and None of That is in a photo with Cool Susie. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner's number 3. None of That. None of That first. 3415. And the 10th race is official. That final pick 4 paid $34.35. And the winner's enclosure, the Maiden Breaker, None of That, and LAV, Luis Valenzuela. The winning owners, Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman. The winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Ladies and gentlemen, the card casino is opened and air-conditioned with full food and beverage service. If you'd like to play some blackjack or Texas Hold'em, we have myriad games in the card casino. Stop by before you leave. Otherwise, on behalf of our management team those in our television department, and those of us here in the Dark Star press box. Thank you for watching and wagering on Canterbury Park. And if you're leaving the racetrack, please do so safely. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Good Clean Candy. Went back to last. GFR Mystical Illusion pops nicely, and so does None of That, and None of That is in a photo with